Alright, just give me a second here. Kind of forgot how I was supposed to set up stream. Alright, I think this should do. Hello and welcome to my Black Desert streams. Today, as the title says, I'll be streaming the Dark Knight Awakened Weapon quest line. Which in itself shouldn't be that special because we already know how this works. Talk to a certain NPC. Do the usual 3 quests. Practice some awakened weapon skills, and then that's it. So I think I'll just use as a downtime in between to explain the background that was given in the post that detailed the Dark Knight's Awakened Weapon backstory. So for those of you who don't know yet, the Rangers experienced a cataclysm in the far past, where their tree, where their own version of the world tree, Kama Silva, was threatened. And well, it doesn't really give details on what the threat was. It just calls it the darkness, and anyway, the darkness engulfed the lands of the elves, and they had to fight against it. They used the power of the Kama Silva to fight against it, but that wasn't enough. And well, the elves were mainly identified with one of the 2 first elves, Ganir and Vedir. And Vedir proposed that they have to use the power of Kama Silva and so the tree Kama Silva and nature spirits more aggressively, so that they, although they end up depleting the life force of said sources, they will have enough power to force away the darkness. And Gunner eventually succeeded, but this caused a total social rift between the elves that identify with Ganir and those who identify with Vedir. Ganel, I should have said Ganel, yeah. So anyway, the Rangers represent the sect that follows Ganel, and Dark Knights represent the sect that follows Vedir. And there's also another subsect within them, but no, I won't go into that detail. So anyway, an elf from one of the Vedir elf had a nightmare that was some kind of like an omen or prophecy that foretold that the darkness that engulfed in the past is coming at a greater force than before. So she told her sisters about what happened, and okay, so anyway, she told her sisters, and they believed her and started to prepare for the coming disaster. I'll explain the rest while I move on to my next location. Hello, Azim boy. I guess it's morning over there. Over here it's like 7 p.m. Alright, seems like our Dark Knight has been able to find a Ganel elf that actually believes her. So yeah, back to where I left off. So anyway, the Vadir elves and the one who prophesied the disaster went on preparing for the invasion, but they found that their efforts alone wasn't enough, so they've sent emissaries to the city of Kamasilva, which they had previously left, and requested the help of the Ganel elves, but they refused. And wait, there's some detail I don't remember exactly. Let me check one more thing. Ah, right. So during this troubling time when the Vadir were preparing for invasion that they expected themselves to be hopelessly inadequate to prevent, another sect of the Vadir elves came that called themselves the Ahiv. And these elves were the ones who succumbed to the darkness that still lingered in their lands. But from this so anyway, the elves that accepted the power of the vague darkness possessed immense power, but most of them were driven mad by it, and those who weren't driven mad by it seemed to became even stronger, but also seemed to act as if they were possessed and were acting on the orders of some unseen being. So anyway, a group of these elves visited the Vadir elves who were preparing for the disaster, and from this, our prophecy girl gained the hint of using the power of darkness, harnessing the power of darkness. But of course, this would prove to be difficult, because those who would attempt to do this would be constantly have to resist the corruption of the darkness. And let me see, let's see, how did she create the weapon? Okay, so the story doesn't really give any details on how she managed to do this, but our prophecy girl was able to develop a weapon that could successfully harness the power of darkness, which she named Vediant. And the power of this weapon was even enough to beat the elves, the Ahiv elves, who were seemingly possessed. But of course, this power came at a great cost, because the prophecy girl would have to be in constant vigilance against the darkness that would try to engulf her mind at any sign of weakness. And one day, the girl was somehow able to face the essence of this darkness face to face, and this said darkness took the form of herself, and as she tried to approach it, it disappeared, it faded away like dust, and then from afar she saw a huge explosion. Oh wait, sorry, wrong. I got that wrong. So anyway, she extended her hand over to the essence of darkness, and as I said, the darkness faded away like dust. And at that time, a lot of people, there were various witness accounts of a huge explosion from afar. And at the same time, that girl felt something grasped within her hand. But after that, she stood there without any memory of who she is or why she was there, except for the knowledge of the coming disaster, and that she had to protect Kama Silva. So the huge explosion that I mentioned earlier, that is likely that artifact that exploded in Port Goma, which most of the other characters were involved in. So that's my guess. And so yeah, the Dark Knight that we're playing is that said elf that has prophesied the coming disaster. Alright, so the priestess gave some more details on what happened in the past. So I guess they don't really make it clear on which sect the playable Dark Knight was actually in, but it seems like she was part of the group of elves that left Kama Silva and became the Ahiv. Or I guess, I mean, there are like several different sects, so she could have been just one of the other more normal Vedir elves. But anyway, she was talking about after a group of elves started to Vedir elves started to make encampments in the wastelands where the effects of the darkness still lingered. They felt the power of the darkness increase again at an alarming level, and they arranged a scout party of rangers to investigate, but found nothing. But before they were able to begin their search, the power of darkness that was felt before suddenly vanished, and at the same time, several people have made witness accounts of a sun falling in the south, which whatever that means. Okay, so I'm talking to a faceless Vedir. Oh, so I guess these are her sisters who are helping her prepare for the coming disaster. Alright, so it looks like our Dark Knight was able to obtain the essence of darkness, but at the same time a huge explosion occurred, and their encampment disappeared without a trace. Okay, so it looks like her other sisters were swept away by the explosion, and there was a lot of casualties. So while she is practically a murderer of her own race, she's also may have obtained the only hope to prepare for the coming calamity. She has to, of course, prove herself. Okay. How's the mic? Is there still static? Okay, so there's... Is the mic still messed up? Okay, let's try something else. All right, how's the sound now? Okay, so back to schedule. So yeah, anyway, the Dark Knight has this whole demon hunter scene going on with her, having to use the power of the very power of the destruction that is coming to fight against it, while not being corrupted by it at the same time. Wars, Lord Wars game. Shouldn't take too long if I have this place to myself. The thing about today's stream is that I happen to have an event item that instantly gives me a 15 plus awakened weapon with a limited time duration, of course, which means I'll be able to immediately do some testing without having to resort to spending some time in enchanting a weapon. So from what I've been hearing so far about her awakened weapon, it seems like her DPS is just over the roof. Problem is, she doesn't really have anything much going for her besides that. I've heard that her awakened weapon defense is even lower than a ranger, so yeah, that's definitely not good. She's also lacking in mobility skills and a grab, but it seems like a properly geared Dark Knight could like instantly eat through shield gauges with her DPS anyway. But as I said, she doesn't really have much going for her besides DPS, so like even her super armor guard skills and the amount of crowd control skills on her skills seem to be lacking at the moment. But of course, I mean, it's only been a couple hours since this was released, so we'll still have to wait for a proper assessment of her awakened weapon to come out. I wasn't even looking at the quest counter. It looks like I'm done already. Yeah, I guess this isn't going to take too long, since I am a level 59 Dark Knight right now. Oh, and by the way, level 59 isn't that amazing. I mean, I think there's already like a level 61 Dark Knight out there. Two, actually. So there's actually 2 screenshots of level 61 Dark Knights that I've seen, and a handful of level 60 Dark Knights. And it seems like, man, I mean, I was expecting 59 to be adequate, but it seems like she has a very important skill that she can learn at level 60. Where was it again? Yeah. $723% times the 700% crit rate, knockdown and down attack, which is also a follow-up attack for a skill that has lift on it. So definitely something that I would want to pick up. With Tri-Liberty you can deal same damage. Yeah, pretty much similar damage. Besides, I don't have a Nubair offhand. My offhand is Kutum. Although, I mean, as far as grinding goes, there's not much of a difference. Alright, there's a bug. So currently there's this event item that doubles as a food that increases speed by 2, but it also runs on a separate cooldown with food, but at the same time gives a huge amount of health experience. But this has been, the use of this item has been temporarily halted because there was a bug with skill reset. So the skill reset also resetted the cooldown on this event item, which made it incredibly easy for people to level up their health level. But I mean, at least they reacted quickly. So not a lot of people should have been able to exploit it, and this is one exploit that is easy to track, so I expect that anyone who did exploit this excessively would get the banhammer soon. Yeah, I keep doing one dash out of habit. I keep forgetting that I recently obtained double dash. So right, if I'm to diverge onto a different topic, my horse is currently eligible to attempt to get to tier 9, but the chance for that is incredibly low, and I'm not even going to bother to gather the materials needed for it. I mean, like, even if I were to succeed, then I would have to level up this horse again, and I don't have any other options right now. Any alternatives right now to use as a horse. If he's going that way, I might as well try to find a different entrance. Okay, nice. Going the right way. Yep. It may not look like much, but as far as her basic weapon skills goes, this upward slash is really amazing. Compared to how quickly that attack is executed, it has good damage, short cooldown, also has lift on it, and counts as both as an air attack and down attack. So it's really useful to mix between combos. But I guess this is something that I'll have to let go once I get my awakened weapon. Because I have nowhere near enough. I don't think I have anything near enough skill points to get all my awakened weapon skills. At least I presume. So the awakened weapon is actually a gauntlet, and the name of it I mentioned earlier is Vediant. But it seems like the Vediant isn't really the gauntlet itself, or maybe the gauntlet has special powers to summon weapons that take the form that the Dark Knight chooses. But anyway, her actual weapon is a crescent blade that can somehow switch sizes and can also magically multiply. But as long as we're talking about what kind of gear goes into your equipment slot, then yeah, it's a gauntlet. Has the DK mana recovery skill. Yeah, she does. But her main source of, as far as her basic weapon skills goes, her main source of SP recovery is this skill. But as you can see, it takes a long time to do full motion. So it's not something that's almost not used at all during PvP. So she has to rely on mana potions during PvP. But as far as grinding goes, it's possible for her to keep on grinding without using any mana potions at all. She also has one skill that drains both HP and mana, but it has like over a 20-second cooldown, so it's not something that you can depend on. Crap, that's a summoned one. Likely going to disappear. Alright, that was quick. Alrighty. Time to open this box. 14-day duration. More than enough to use. Alright, just give me a second here. Going to try resetting my skills. Just got my Kunoichi ready to get a skill reset item. Oh, what's up, Static? Yeah, it's been a long time since I've done a stream. Awakened weapon costume. I'll show that later. One day is all I need. Let's just first learn the skills that I obviously need. Alright, only 300 left. Anyway. Let's take a brief look at the awakened weapon costume and get on to skills. So I'm seeing mostly negative opinions about this costume, but I don't think it's really that bad. But it seems like a lot of people over in Korea prefers the original set far better than the awakened weapon set, which is this one. Okay, so let's take a brief look at what skills she has. So here's her normal swing. I wonder how I did that dagger throwing thing. This was another skill. Alright, so let's start with this one. I'm just gonna like call these skills names whatever. Just something that is vaguely similar to their Korean names, so just take the skill names with a grain of salt. Grasp of draining, so it's activated by pressing down key and left click. Doesn't have any super armor or guard status on it, and each hit recovers mana, and at level 4 it has 738% damage times 12, 6% to accuracy, 40 mana recovered per hit, and the last hit counts as a bound. It also does down attack, but seeing how long this takes to cast, I think this is going to be used as a mainly as a down attack skill. I mean, I don't really see the bound on the final hit being useful in PvP. So yeah, this is the first 2 hits, which are just down attack, but the final hit, this one counts as a bound. You can see that even with 5 attack speed, it takes quite some time to complete its full motion. Okay, so I guess there are certain skills that changes her stance, but anyway. Alright, let's move on to the next skill. Dark Knight uses only attack speed. Alright, next skill, Spirit Burn, activated by pressing down key and right click. The slash damage does, at level 4, the slash damage does 603% times 3, and the finishing magic attack does 603 times 3 as well. 5% plus the accuracy, 100% chance to crit, and the follow-up magic attack has lift on it. And the attack counts both as a down attack and air attack. Again, no super armor or guard status, which means you're vulnerable while using this skill. So yeah, so when she just like swipes her hand to the right, that counts as a lift. Seed of Disaster, Destruction, Seed of Calamity. Yeah, Calamity sounds cool, so let's just go with that. Seed of Calamity, press Shift and E to activate. This is also the 200% Black Spirit skill, which I suppose is the skill that she shows at the end of her trailer. But anyway, at level 2, it does 735% times 5 damage, 8% to accuracy, another 100% crit chance, has lift, and this skill also has super armor status on it. The casting motion is fairly okay too. And it's also a aimed ranged attack. I think I had a follow-up skill for this. Okay, Rooted Calamity does 932% times 5 damage, 9% to accuracy. This is also 100% crit chance. You can also, depending on your skill input, she moves forward or backwards, but when she moves backwards, she has no collision. This is also a super armor status skill and counts as a down attack. So yeah, that was the follow-up attack. Let's see, what am I supposed to do to go backwards? Right click. Spirit Hunting. Activate by pressing forward and right click. Oh, this can also be used with during your when you're holding your basic weapon. Let's see, at level 3 it does 931% times 4 damage, 9% to accuracy, 10 mana recovered per hit, 50% chance to crit, stiffens enemies, is also a super armor skill. It doesn't seem to have any down attack or air attack function to it. Can't be used during cooldown. Yeah, it immediately switches to awakened weapon. Nice to have. What the heck does this mean? Let's just call it Wailing Darkness. Activated by pressing shift and left click. At level 2 it does 992% times 3 damage. It also and while she lands it does 350% times 11 damage. 9% added to accuracy. The first attack, the 992% times 3 attack, is a 100% chance to crit, and each hit recovers 10 mana, and this also counts as a guard skill. And as she moves backwards, she doesn't have any collision. Also counts as a down attack skill. I think I had a follow-up attack. Right. When flow bombarding, also divided into two types of it. Okay, so yeah, divided into 2 elements. The first Mirage Sword attack does 1032% damage times 3 damage, and the area of effect magic damage does 377% times 11 damage, 10% added to accuracy. Also a guard skill and down attack. So this Wailing Darkness and Bombard skill has guard status on it and counts as a down attack, but doesn't have any crowd control skills on it, so I guess this is meant to be the combo skill. Anyway, Oh, it looks like bombarding can also be used after Seed of Destruction, but anyway, let's try using Shift Left. Then into the follow-up skill. Okay, why am I not using this? The follow-up attack. Let's try it with right click. Why can't I use the follow-up attack? I'm supposed to be able to use it if I just keep on holding on to my button, but yeah, that's just weird. Man, I'll try to figure this out later. Anyway, let's just move on to the next skill. Spirit's Legacy or Heritage. Activated by Shift right click is also her 100% Black Spirit skill. Okay, let me just try one more thing. Okay, so I can use Bombardment as a follow-up after Seed of Calamity, but for some reason I can't use it after Wailing Darkness. But anyway, back to Spirit's Heritage. Let's just go with Legacy. 843% times 8 damage, 9% added to accuracy, 100% chance to crit. Each enemy hit will have minus 20 to their defense for 10 seconds. Each hit will recover 15 mana. Causes stun. Also counts as a down smash. Is also a guard attack and a down attack. Alright, so yeah, there's a lot of crammed into this one skill. Shift and right click. Pretty quick too. It's almost 8 o'clock, so might as well move on to the channel we're doing. By guard, I mean block. If you like Sorcerer, is this going to be a good alternate character? Not really sure. It feels different from a Sorcerer. I mean, she seems more range-oriented. While Sorcerer has gone full melee since her Awakened weapon. Alright. Excuse me. Alright, right click skill. Raining Despair. 976% damage times 12, 12% to accuracy. Enemies hit by it will have 25% decreased movement speed for 10 seconds. Doesn't have any crowd controls, guard status, super armor, or down attack anything. So it's just really a straight up damage dealing skill. So I suppose this is something that could be used against enemies who are in super armor status. Can cancel the initial casting motion if you use it after the sideways sidestep evasion. Twilight Dash can be used by pressing F, and if you hold on to F, it can be used. It can do a double dash. First dash does 880% times 6 damage. Second dash does 616% times 6 damage, 5% to accuracy, 50% chance to crit. Each hit recovers 10 mana. Increases your movement speed for 10 seconds. 10% by 10% for 10 seconds. No collision while you're doing the dash. Also have super armor, so okay, so it's not an invulnerability, and it also counts as an air attack. Did it do the second dash? Maybe if I just try to spam it. Not sure if it worked or not. Yeah, I think I'm only doing a single dash. Maybe it's a bug. Can't be sure yet, but so to follow up bombardment as a follow up after Wailing Darkness, and the second dash for Twilight Dash doesn't seem to be working properly. Anyway. Stolen Spirit. So it's her spacebar skill that can be used between skills. 1055% damage times 3, 8% to accuracy. Each hit recovers 10 mana. Can stiffen enemies. Oh, I guess it works differently depending on which weapon setup you have. Or not. Vidir's trap. Downwards and F. 858% times 5 damage, 5% to accuracy. Enemies hit by it will have 50% decreased evasion for 10 seconds. The explosion damage also causes stun, and also is a guard status skill, which is pretty nice. And the skill that I haven't learned is the follow-up attack for Spirit Burn. So I'm supposed to be able to do a third attack after this. And okay, this skill seems completely useless, but anyway, Grasp of Vengeance. 988 times 8 damage, 10% to accuracy each hit, recovers 15 mana. So okay, so maybe against enemies who are immune to crowd control skills, it might be useful during grinding. But besides that, I mean, it does cause a stiffen, but the range doesn't seem to be that far, and it kind of has a like casting motion. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of players who are going to fall for it. All right, I think we'll have to go to live action immediately. I would have preferred to practice on some monsters first, but our node war just started, so okay, I'll just quickly have to prepare some items and go right into things. So yeah, going into war with a skill set that I have completely no knowledge over. With a 15+ weapon, what could possibly go wrong? Okay, since I can reset my skills anyway. Yeah, okay. Oh shit! Well, that was... Well, hope I got a laugh out of that. And that's why you should not text and drive. I think I only have 1 minute left on the teleport counter, so do this quickly.
물건이 많다면 나한테 맡기게. 물론 자네 할당량 내서 말이야.
I don't even know where we're fighting, so just in case it's the desert. At this point, I'm just throwing on anything that gets within my grasp. I definitely need some more mana potions. Not even sure if I got everything I need. I forgot which the commands for my skills. Looks like we don't really have a lot joining in today. Why can't I bring up my skill window when I'm dead? This would be a perfect opportunity to review my skills. Which was the command for seed. Shifting. Alright, I completely have no idea what I'm doing. Darn Ranger. But I certainly seem to be doing damage seems to be okay when I manage to actually hit someone, that is. What was this dash skill again? Was it 4 death? 4 right. We have two guilds attacking us. Yeah, so right now I just managed to get someone down and plant an attack properly, and it did some pretty good damage compared to considering the really low awakened weapon damage I have currently. How much was it again? 61. Certainly feel that my defense is a lot more flimsier than it used to be before the awakened weapon update. Her 100% Black Spirit skill seems to be useful. At least it doesn't take forever to cast like her basic weapon 100% Black Spirit skill. But I could certainly see this doing some really good. I could see that Dark Knight would be useful in a like group battles, for example, Node Wars, sieges, field battles. So when there's like a lot of people on both sides, but for one-on-one, I'm not really seeing much merit. I forgot seed again. What was seed? Oh, alright, now I remember. Shift E. Crap, we even have elephant now. Oh, looks like we're done for. No, the Dark Knight's Awakened weapon does not have a grab. So, as I mentioned earlier on in the vid, the Dark Knight Awakened weapon just has huge DPS. Yeah, she certainly is lacking in crowd control skills, which actually makes her even more dependent on her teammates. So if her teammates are able to take down an enemy, then she can deal some mad damage against them. But she really can't put them down herself. by herself that good. Man, what's taking them so long to take down the space? Can't do much with 3 people on exclusively. Still at 30%. My gear isn't really that amazing right now. Seriously, I just wanted to do some practice with some monsters, but it just happened to be World War time too, so I really didn't have much choice. Strange. I thought the trap was supposed to have no collision, but I got caught with that character that was behind me. Managed to kill someone in this whole mess. And get killed against. So yeah, the damage is certainly impressive. Yeah, finally. So now we can go back to town. All right, excuse me for just a second. I'm gonna turn off the sound. Turn off the sound for a second to hear some announcements. All right, I'm back on. So, since I happen to, since this place also happens to be, since my, excuse me for a second. Okay, so since my return trip, on my return trip, I'm going to be passing by Kahaz anyway. That's basically the perfect place to test out my skills. Oh, and yeah, so by the way, and back to the topic of Node Wars, our guild has been recently going to nodes that are like far beyond our league. Don't know really why, but I guess after today, hopefully, our guild leader will consider going back to a level 1 node. And seeing how Dark Knight is centered around DPS and has weak defense and barely any crowd control skills, looks like I really have to switch to Nuber since Kutum almost has no merit with her awakened weapon. I mean, like, with her basic weapon, it actually had some merits. Since she had a good assortment of crowd control skills. I mean, although there was the problem of being able to actually hit a player with it, but anyway, she still, nevertheless, she had a good selection of crowd control skills with her basic weapon. But with her awakened weapon, not so much. So I guess my first priority should be getting a Nubair offhand. Alright, I'm going to find, get to a location where I can park and move over to a different channel. They should be safe. Let's try. You lose a shit ton of accuracy without Kutum. Well, it doesn't really matter that much because Dark Knight has a lot of accuracy on her passives and skills. So I think my Vet Glove should be enough to fill in the gap. Alright, let's just give me a second to briefly go over her awakened weapon skills. Left click, downwards left click, downwards right click, Shift E, Shift right, Shift left, forward right. This is going to take a lot of time to get used to. Seems like a lot of her skill patterns is going to rely on her switching between basic weapon and awakened weapon. Because I just keep running into, I mean, even with the speed I'm killing monsters, I keep running into instances when I don't really have a clear skill choice to use. Yeah, it's totally weird. I just can't get her to use her follow-up skill after this skill. But I can use that follow-up skill if I try to use it after this one. Wait, no, that was wrong. Let me try again. Oh, shift left. Shift left click. The problem with these two skills is that it's really hard to position myself correctly to use, and I don't have any guard status or super armor to rely on while using them. Yeah, these two skills take way too long and is too stationary to use. And I don't have any protection while using them. So like even during grinding, I keep end up using these two skills. Yeah, she certainly seems like a glass cannon character. Let's see. So far for switching in and out, the skills that I've noticed is this. So switch to awakened weapon, and also this skill can be used at any time during my basic weapon skill. I haven't found any skills that could immediately switch over to from awakened to basic though. Yeah, this definitely doesn't work. Maybe. Okay, this works, but it's a skill that takes pretty long. Right, I forgot nothing. Can't think of any skills that would switch me over from awakened to basic weapon. Looks like I'm going to have to be relying on basic weapon skills a lot. Yeah, the skill flow feels a lot better if I intend to switch between basic weapon skills and awakened weapon skills. Which gives me the feeling that there probably is a skill that I can use to switch quickly into basic weapon from awakened weapon. I just remember we're using this skill that much often. But yeah, I really should figure out why some of my follow-up skills aren't working properly. Left click. Shift left click and then left click. Not working at all. But working fine with this skill. Can't get the double dash off either. Maybe if I try to log on another character and then come back, maybe it'll work. I guess it's worth a try. But anyway, since the Awakened weapon came out, it looks like my initial assessment of her her being like a half-half character, designed to be a half-half character, half of her important skills being in basic weapon and the other half in Awakened weapon skills. It looks like she is intended to have a balanced usage of both Awakened skills and basic weapon skills. As long as I'm here, might as well replant some of the crops. I can't see the moon. Guild chat is talking on about how big the moon looks. Maybe it's covered by trees. It doesn't look that big. Okay, on second thought, yeah, that looks huge. I keep getting this weird feeling that my escape menu is a lot lower than I'm used to seeing. Maybe it's just me, but it just feels so out of place for some reason. Nope, still not working. Also the dash. Wait a second. On second thought, it looks like the dash is, even with the second dash, is a lot shorter than I think it is. Alright, so just gonna try tapping on my left F key lightly. Okay, so that was one slash, and if I hold on to my F key, there's actually two slashes. So I guess the second attack isn't specifically a slash, I mean a dash, but just an extra like whirlwind attack thingy. And I use a different skill right there. Okay, so I guess the only remaining mystery is why this skill doesn't work with Wailing Darkness, which is weird because this skill is actually more specifically aimed to be used after Wailing Darkness. Can even do it as a triple combo. But for whatever reason, I just can't use it after this. And Vidir's trap doesn't really seem to be hitting my enemies at all. I mean, it's a good escape, but... Seems like sometimes the attack doesn't even... the explosion doesn't even occur. If they're not going to give at least some kind of like super armor or guard status on draining grasp, then they should at least make it quicker. This takes way too long to cast. She pauses for such a long time before she does her first swing, then she actually has to get to her third swing for it to actually apply bound. So yeah, I mean, during that time I could have just used my basic weapon skills to finish him quickly with this combo. What kind of other skills did she have that has? Come to think of it, don't think any of her awakened weapon skill has any knockdowns on them. Yeah, she has lift and stuns. Oh, and that one crappy bound that takes forever to cast. Just give me a couple moments, just a short moment to check chat. I'm not sure if I would get max critical on Dark Knight, but it doesn't hurt to get it. And again, it seems like it's not that necessary. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, I think about like 3 or 4 crit would be enough because most of her big damage dealers are all 100% crit chance, have 100% crit chance slapped onto them. Does she have a lot of crit chance on her skills? She doesn't have like. She does have some like added crit chance buffs to one of her basic weapon skills, but as far as her awakened weapon skills goes, most of them, like I think the vast majority of them has 100% crit chance slapped onto them, or at least a 50% crit chance. Would cast speed be a good trade-off? I think it's better for her to concentrate on, and it's not cast speed. Like despite how it looks like she's casting spells, she's actually attack speed based. I mean, it's just as needlessly confusing as how Valkyrie is actually cast speed based when she's actually swinging her sword or lance. Does her unawakened weapon block have super armor? So you're talking about that crowd control resistance that they get after maintaining block for a few seconds, right? Because if that's the case, then no, she doesn't have any added crowd control resistance to her block. Neither her awakened weapon block or her basic weapon block. So yeah, so the next time I reset my skills, I'm going to have to think over which skills I'm going to be using with my basic weapon skills, because it looks like I'm going to have to utilize them a lot. So yeah, as far as her basic weapon skills goes, her ambush skill, this is like practically a must. And of course, can't go on with her basic movement skills, because she actually uses them when she has her awakened weapon out too. It's utilized in this exactly same manner. So yeah, that one's obvious as well. I guess her F skill should also be utilized, especially since their quick down attack skill also has I keep forgetting the exact word for that curve crowd control, like rigid, stiffness. I think it was stiffness. Anyway, stiffness and stun on them. Also provides a 10% attack speed buff, which is invaluable. I think her run skill, this one, should also be something to consider, because it's actually a good opener for her. Like, as far as other characters go, it's not really that good, because since it doesn't have any guard or super armor status, it makes her very vulnerable. But the problem is, Dark Knight doesn't really have much options when as a distance closer that can also double as a crowd control skills for starting combos. It's not like you're going to have this ambush off on cooldown whenever you need it. Kind of conflicted about her disappearing skill though. It takes a long time to cast, but it provides some invulnerability frames, which is very important for PvP. Problem is, she can't use this skill when she has her awakened weapon out. Doesn't work. Nor can she plant mines. But since this is a automatic, since the first level of the skill is automatically learned anyway, there's not really much to ponder over. But anyway, this is another skill that I can't use when I have my awakened weapon out. Vedir's Madness, although is something that I should probably pick up since it does fairly good damage and doesn't take up too much skill points, since it's a single level skill. I guess I could also. I think I can live without corrupt terrain, since all my awakened weapon skill does a far better job at whatever it does. Well, I mean, except for the HP and mana drain. But as I said, while I was doing my awakened weapon awakened weapon quest, that skill has a way too long cooldown to be reliable. But this skill is something I want to consider because it's a super armor skill and also attacks all directions around her. So this is actually a pretty good skill when I'm on the run, so I can actually kind of catch enemies who are giving chase to me, and I can just catch them off guard. And since it's a super armor skill and not a guard skill, I don't really have to be too careful of which direction I'm facing when I'm using it. This one is something also to consider as well. It doesn't have any down attack on it, but it does have a bound, and it does a fairly good amount of damage and the range on this skill reaches pretty far away. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to give up some of my HP passives if I want to learn the full set. I think I can also skip her right-click skill. Doesn't seem to be of much use. The name of her awakened weapon is Vediant. Any self-heals? Actually, no. She doesn't have any self-heals, which is a huge problem. Attack speed plus PvP damage. Yeah, that sounds nice. Don't actually seem to need monster damage. Yeah. Totally agree with her. She has so much DPS on her. I don't think any type of extra monster damage would be necessary. I'm still at 160 AP, and I'm just completely melting Gaha's monsters. I don't even have to make sure if I'm chaining these skills correctly, because they just do so much damage regardless. How long does the awakening last, or is it permanent? It's permanent. It's permanent, of course, because it's a awakened weapon. And her awakened weapon on her gear slot looks like a gauntlet. You can actually see, like right here, see? So the true form of her awakened weapon is actually the gauntlet on her right hand. And the swords are, I think, probably illusions, since a lot of her skill names refer to illusion blades. Well, actually not skill names, but skill description. So yeah, it's actually this gauntlet. Alright, so I can say right off the bat that out of all of her awakened weapon skill, I'm certainly liking her Spirit's Legacy skill the most. I mean, I think it's actually one of the best skills in the whole game, because it casts really quick. It's a guard skill, causes stun, also has down smash, good damage on it, 100% crit chance, decreases defense, recovers mana, and 9% accuracy is also pretty good. Just like look at it. That's it. Just one single swipe and it does. Oh, not to mention at level 2 it does 843% times 8 damage. The next skill is learned at level 61. And so if I were to get to level 61, it would do 981% times 8 damage, which is a hell of a lot there. And her Twilight Dash is also pretty useful. I can just like swipe around like that and deal 800 times 6 damage, and if I manage to get the finishing attack in, then it's also an additional 616 times 6 damage at a fairly low cost too, since that's it. And the skill that I don't like the most is, well, actually, as far as the motion looks, I like how the motion looks, but as far as utility go, I really don't like Draining Grasp. It's just so awkward. The startup time takes way too long, and the merits that it provides are just so lackluster, especially when you compare it with Legacy. Yeah, that's it. Swish, one hit, and pretty much all the utility you'll ever need. At least for Spirit Burn, I think I could find some use, since it's far more quicker and has lift on it. Not to mention that it's a 100% crit chance. And of course, Seed of Calamity and Wailing Darkness are also good AoE skills. Which has far less risk than Draining Grasp. Seriously, I mean, I don't think this skill has anything going for it besides the skill motion. Graphic settings. Actually, I don't remember which settings. I just have it on high. Alright, let's keep on playing around with her skills until I can get used to it. So yeah, her Seed of Calamity and Wailing Darkness can deal a lot of damage even without any down attack damage multipliers, but her Draining Grasp, damage on her Draining Grasp isn't even impressive when it's doing down attack damage. Twilight Dash certainly has a stupid amount of damage on it compared to how easy it is to hit enemies with this. Although I guess the catch is that it doesn't really have any down attack multipliers. I mean, there is an air attack, but I'm not sure how realistic the chances for hitting him as an air attack would be. Maybe after Seed of Calamity. I think that could work. Or... it's too late. Okay, so I can use the air attack on Twilight Dash after that Spirit Burn. I think they'll need to smoothen out some of her glitches concerned with the commands. I mean, for example, her basic attack while having her twin dagger mode is I just can't use it while I'm moving. I have to completely halt until she actually uses it. So yeah, so right now I'm actually left clicking, but nothing's happened. Okay, so it's happened. It worked this time. Okay, so when she's running it works, but when she's slowing down, yeah, that's when it doesn't work. After a run it works, but if she's doing a normal walk. Yeah. Let's try after running. Yeah, so it's okay when she's slowing down after a run, but when she's walking and slowing down, she can't use her basic attack until she completely halts. Of course, I mean, her normal attack isn't that important. looks like she still has to rely mostly on her basic weapon skills to start combos. So yeah, one combo I'm thinking of is so during her basic weapon mode, she can stiffen enemies with her ranged attack, and then going like this for a stun, lift them with this, immediately follows with this. This also causes air attack and lift and bound as well in case the initial upward slash doesn't work. So after that, so I immediately switch into awakened weapon mode by pressing forward and R, forward and right click, and then use Wailing Darkness. So that's one combo I can think of. I think I'm better off using Spirit's Legacy as a combo starter for when I'm in awakened weapon mode. Okay, that was my 100% flat score skill, so not like that, but so maybe something like something like oh crap. Why can't I use this skill right after Legacy? Let's give it another try. Okay, this time. So assuming that I did those two properly, follow up with Spirit Burn, and then do an air attack with why do I keep forgetting the word? With Twilight Dash. And after that, I could either use probably okay, Seed of Calamity wouldn't work since it doesn't have any down attack on it. So if Wailing Darkness is on cooldown, then actually the only choice I would have after Twilight Dash would be Draining Grasp. So the combo should look something like this. But I'm definitely not going to be able to get in all three strikes. Yeah, come to think of it, I think it would be better off using my basic weapon skill. So something like yeah, this would be much better. And my Seed of Calamity, Rooted Calamity, and Bombardment combo would be pretty good for like just handling large groups of enemies when there's no room for like finesse and combo, one-on-one combos and such. So just like go all area of damage, area of effect crazy like this. No, not like that. Why do I keep using bombardment first? So do something like this. I guess the range on bombardment isn't that long, so I guess it would be better for me to do the forward dash instead of the backwards dash. This would work much better. Not only is the explosion on Vadir's trap unreliable, but the hitbox is also horrible. I think I'm missing. I think that the explosion part of the skill is missing more often than it actually hits. But hey, it has guard status on it and it's a good escape, so I think I'm stuck with it anyway. So back to gear. 197 AP for basic weapon, 161 for awakened weapon. But keep in mind that Kutrum has a lot of hidden monster damage to it. So when I'm fighting against the monsters, my damage is actually higher than what's shown on screen. How do you think the Dark Knight will fit in PvP with Awakening? Well, as mentioned before, I think she's going to be a great glass cannon. And in the right hands, she's going to be dishing out some insane DPS during group battles. But on one-on-one, I'm not sure. I mean, I actually think even in one-on-one, she would be a beast in the right hands, but it's going to be really difficult because you really have to utilize both awakened weapon skill and basic weapon skills equally if you want to do well with her in one-on-one. Okay, I think I'm going to have to unload some of my baggage. But seriously, along with draining grasp, I really don't know what I'm supposed to use grasp of vengeance with. It has good damage on it. That I'll say that much. 988% times 8. But I don't think there's going to be a lot of players out there who are going to be kind enough to get hit by this. See? And it doesn't have any super armor on it either. Let's see how the damage is in actual practice. Oh, and also I should mention that it doesn't have any down attack or air attack modifiers on it either. Okay, that's strange. I would expect it to do more damage than that. Okay, this time I'm going to unload for real. Wonder why she bothers mounting her illusion blade on her back when she can just unsummon it anyway. This is her. Yeah, so this is how her Kazarka Crescent Blade looks like, and her this and this is the quest awakened weapon she gets, her blue Vediant. What buff does her rage consumption gives? It's an attack speed buff. Although I've been trying to think of combos, and at this point most of it is still theoretical because I really have to see how the dynamics of her skills work in actual combat, and that node war earlier was certainly not a good place to be testing stuff. And more importantly, I certainly wasn't in any state to do some testing either, since I couldn't even remember what the commands were for her skills. 45 awakened weapon damage. That should be enough to do some testing against the humanoid monster. Or maybe not. Must be my basic weapon damage that's carrying over to it. Nope. Can't do any testing at all, even with 45 AP. Right, since I seem to be doing quite enough damage against Gaha's bandits, let's try centaurs, since they're one of the most accessible beefy monsters in Valencia. And also happens to be placed not too far from here. Comparatively speaking, that is. How good would you rate her for skirmish, small PvP battles, and larger scale battles? On what place and what world do you think she'll come in handy? Well, it's just that, as Darkmere said, she's a glass cannon. So, as long as her teammates can, like, lift or bound enemy targets, then they're practically... she can easily pick those targets off pretty quickly. since I'm not going to be putting any crowd control skills on these guys, just completely. Stupid me. Run, 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 run. Just as a reminder, my awakened weapon AP is 161. But I'm just slaughtering these centaurs. It's like as if it's no one's business. Sheesh. some reason, her spirit hunting doesn't takes a long time to actually input after Vedita's madness, so I keep failing to switch into awakened weapon mode afterwards. So I keep using this skill instead, and I'm supposed to be doing this. Maybe I should just use the C key to swap. Yeah, this is far more reliable. Stuck with a couple seconds in between where I don't really have any skills to use. She has to have a way, a more reliable way to switch to awaken to normal weapon with a skill. I mean, besides this, that is. cooldown on my... on my Twilight Dash. Trying to press C. One of the problems between with switching between her awakened weapon and basic weapon is that it's really hard to tell which weapon I'm holding because they basically look the same unless she's in twin dagger mode. Yeah, like, this is noticeable. If I'm using sword like this, sidestepping seems to fix the problem. severely lacking she's in a severe need for some HP drain. But I think I could get a good setup if, well, after I reset my skill again. I mean, might as well do that right now. I guess there's really no point in stalling. Alright, let's first go with the absolute essentials, which are movement skills, with the skills in the middle are no-brainers. Seriously, I'm not really sure about yeah, but I guess I should still keep draining grasp as an emergency skill to use when I don't have any down attack skills off cooldown. So yeah, skills over here are a no-brainer. Feather's Trap. Well, it's a guard. It has guard status and it's still useful as an escape skill, so I guess 20 skill points isn't too bad. Stolen Spirit. I haven't been using this skill at all. But it's 15 skill points, yeah, Twilight Dash is a no-brainer. Raining Despair. I mean, like, since I was using them against centaurs, I could see that they're pretty good. They're a pretty good source of damage against the targets that I can't use any down attack or air attack modifiers against. But still, 40 skill points is a hefty price. Let's just take it anyway. Bombardment. And Rooted Calamity, of course. This skill. 45 skill points. Okay, I'm not taking this one. This one has been so lackluster. Let's try going without any monster damage. I think Dark Knight's Awakened weapon can bear it. To miss out some damage points in PvE. This is I still want. There's madness, since I really don't have any other choice when it comes to switching back to basic weapon. And the skill itself is pretty useful too. I mean, it's one of a reliable, one of the more quicker down attack skills that you can actually use. Yeah, 27 skill points. Certainly that. Definitely something I can invest in. Yeah, 16, 40, 72, 110. Then 700. Let's try getting my HP skills first and see how much points I'm left with. Not a lot. $32, $54, $80. Alright, let's see how this setup works out. With this setup, I at least have some degree of HP drain on my basic weapon skills. Still need to get used to the cooldowns though. I'm doing a horrible job at tracking them. Looks like we're doing guild raids. Might as well participate in that. Man, why is my tongue getting so tied up? Might as well participate in the raid and then end the stream there. I'm gonna need some time to experiment on my own. Seriously, I really don't think it's me. The escape menu is a lot lower than it usually is at. Either they changed the position or this is a glitch. How is the 100%? The 100% skill is pretty good too because I have guard status on it and It's a lot shorter than her basic weapon 100% skill, which takes forever to cast. So it has fairly good damage and it doesn't take too long. It's not really that quick though, so it's got that weakness, but it doesn't take too long and has guard status, so I really can't complain. Nice. So yeah, so far from what I can see, she may not have a lot of crowd control skills on her, but if I manage to get my Valkyrie's 19 plus Dandelion to my Dark Knight, I'm going to be doing some sweet damage. Hell, with this damage, I think I might even consider trying grinding at the gargoyles that are in the early section of the Kama Silva region. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, with the speed I'm slaughtering centaurs, I think that would be a viable choice. Town is pretty close by too, and I don't think I'm going to have a lot of competition, which is especially important with the lunar holiday coming. I'm going to have to make the most of that time. Since it looks like I really have to get my Dark Knight to level 60. The skill that she learns at level 60 seems invaluable. Roughly 5,000%. Then again. But I gotta say, I'm liking her Twilight Dash more and more I use it. It's such a good source of long-range burst damage, and if I use it as an air attack, then whoa, all hell breaks loose. Does she have some skills to heal herself? Not with her awakened weapon. She does have 2 skills that can recover HP with her basic weapon skills, but one skill is something that I just have to abandon because it takes up okay, not as much skill points as I expected, but the thing with this skill is that it has a long delay after casting it, and in situations where when I really need the extra HP, I end up losing more than I gain against a group of enemies. So the situation where I would really need this is against enemies, monsters that are immune against crowd control skills. So in that case, the skill that I just showed earlier will end up having me have a net loss of HP. So I really only have the HP gain from the poke skill, which doesn't heal that much. That's the problem. Space than this. Yeah, see ya, JRA. Yeah, no heal. At least on her awakened weapon skills, and as I mentioned, the one on her basic weapon skills aren't that reliable. No, it's why would you main Dark Knight seems like warrior? No, it's far different from warrior. For starters, she's definitely not a tanky type of character. She's more of a ranged glass cannon. Looks like my follow-up skill worked that time. sleep over a coin. Ah, shit. Don't tell me that they still have a couple scrolls left over. I might as well pick up that coin to avoid the confusion. I'm going to immediately throw it away. One more question. Does she have block or grab on awakening? Her block acts the same as her basic weapons. As her basic weapon does. It's just a normal block, but it doesn't have any super armor status on it. And her skills don't have a lot of guard status or super armor status on them either. And no, she does not have a grab. 네, 안녕하세요. choices will have to be made. Okay, picked up everything. Alright, but one thing I can say for sure now is that the skill flow is working way better now that I'm just consciously integrating basic weapon skills in between. I just wish I had another option for switching over from awakened weapon to basic weapon instantly through a skill. Preferably a skill with a shorter cooldown than Vadir's Madness, since it has a 15-second cooldown. I can't rely on it to be ready and available whenever I need to instantly switch over to basic weapon. Yeah, I think Valkyrie and, well, so as far as I am aware, Valkyrie and Rangers have far better options for switching over to basic weapons than Dark Knight does have.
물건이 많다면 나한테 맡기게. 물론 자네 할당량 내서 말이야.
안녕하세요. 여긴 하이델 나루토예요.
Forgot for a second that I was supposed to head towards the ruins, not the actual town. Is this a class that never switches back to primary? No. I think Dark Knight is a class that has to switch very often to her primary weapon. First of all, as mentioned before, she doesn't have a lot of crowd control skills on her awakened weapon, so she has to rely on her awakened weapon skills more for openings for attacks. And for a character that has to be constantly on the move, she's often in situations where all her awakened weapon skills are on cooldown, which makes it even more important for her to switch over to primary weapon skills. Since those have better survival capabilities compared to her awakened weapon. Not sure what we're waiting for since I'm not on Discord, but might as well use this time to look at the awakened weapon set again. Okay. Is this class more of tanky like Warrior Valkyrie or more like a glass cannon or balanced? Glass cannon, glass cannon all the way. Inventory. Well, so here it is. I'd better start working on enchanting something. A proper awakened weapon to use. Alright then, I think I'm gonna get ready to end the stream here. Do you guys have anything else you'd like to see, or any questions? Yeah, I had to decrease my microphone volume because it had some weird static. Alright then, I guess before I end the stream I might as well just show a couple more skill combos before ending the stream. So, let me think, what the combos that I was planning to use. I think that would take too long. Yeah, this one's more proper. Alright then, I think that'll be it. Okay, looks like I'm getting some questions now. Can you show us what the Liberto version of our main weapon looks like? Sorry, can't help with that since I don't have a Liberto weapon. It doesn't really look that different from, if my memory is correct, it doesn't really look that different from her Kazarka weapon, which looks like this. So I think the Liberto version had less ornaments, and there was like an empty space in the middle of the blade. Not sure. But anyway, it's not really that different from her Kazarka weapon. Can you run through the Awakening skill super armor? Well, first of all, her Seed of Calamity has super armor, which is this skill. And also the follow-up skill has super armor on it. And this skill, Spirit Hunter, also has super armor. As does her Twilight Dash. And her Wailing Darkness and Spirit's Legacy has guard status on it. So yeah, these two skill has block on it. How do you think the Dark Knight compares to other classes PvP wise? It's way too early to tell, but my initial assessment tells me that she's not really that good at one-on-one situations, but she would be a total beast in group battles. Because of how crazy of a glass cannon she is. Let us see, cash shop, costumes, outfits for this class. Okay, I'll show that before I end this stream. Mobility and Dark Knight is good. Not that good, but one thing to remember is I always distinguish between combat mobility and just normal running mobility. So if we're just talking about normal running mobility, she doesn't really have... She's not really that fast. I mean, at first glance it seems like she's fast, but if we're running long distances, I'm even outrun by sorcerers. But the thing is, her combat mobility and evasion is good. So like, she can like dart around the battlefield short distances fairly quickly. The problem is she can't sustain these burst mobility. So aside from combat, if she's just going a long distance, it doesn't help that much. Alright, see you around, Shelf. What you suggest for making money? I'm not really the person to ask because I don't really research into that topic much, but from what I've seen so far, it looks like grinding basilisks, and for your livelihood skill, I think it seems like packaging iron ores. Yeah, I think it was iron, and then using them for commerce seems to be the best livelihood content earning out there. Second being fishing. Does she have the in-game outfits available yet? Like Delphi Knight's outfit? Of course she does. Alright, so let's go on to the cash shop. So of course, we have our ghillie suits. And it's a hanbok, which looks really weird with their awakened weapon gauntlet. And her main class outfit. And one of the new outfits that was introduced fairly recently. I prefer without the hat. And this was also a recent addition. And of course her awakened weapon set is this one. I really like how her crescent blade looks on this set. How does Dark Knight do now with Awakening compared to other classes? How is the PvE sustained from her life drain? Many pots needed? Uh, that's a problem that I'm immediately seeing. She doesn't have much life drain on her. I mean, her awakened weapon skills have none. Like, none at all. Not even a little. And it's difficult to rely on her primary weapon skills HP drain because it doesn't really count for that much. But on the other hand, she's like melting down monsters so fast, the monsters don't really have a lot of time frame to hit her. How much do you pay for one costume in dollar or euro? That's a tricky question. Let's see, so this awakened weapon set is like 825 pearls, which is probably like thinking around maybe $55. It's just a rough estimate. Alright then, if there is nothing else, I think I'll be ending the stream here. Thank you for watching.